This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Sunset Safari. We have just been sitting watching a beautiful painted lady butterfly pollinating and feeding. But of course, it flew off. Anyway, it's a very hot afternoon here in Djuma, but we won't just be coming to you live from Djuma. We will be coming to you live from many different locations in South Africa, each with their own unique things to offer. The sun is shining. I am happy. So jump on board, everyone. It's time for your live bumble through the African bush. Welcome on board, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you on the back of my safari vehicle. I hope you've got water, snacks, sun cream, because you're definitely going to need it today, that's for sure. It almost feels like summer, but I know it's not. It's definitely winter here in the Lowveld now. My name is Lauren. I do have Morgan on camera, and sadly, the butterfly heard the countdown, 3, 2, 1, and flew off, which is rather frustrating. I can see it, Morgan, but I don't know if you're going to be able to get it. If you look at 1 o'clock, just on the ground there, we've got a painted lady going to all the delicious flowers. I'll put my head down. She's just down here somewhere. And of course, it's drinking the nectar. But what it doesn't realise, there you go, in the right part of your screen. You see it? On my finger. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. No, up. There we go. Painted lady butterfly. And of course, they're just drinking using their proboscis, but they're actually pollinating, one of the ecosystem's fundamental processes that the entire environment would not survive without. So, of course, all this action is happening live and it's interactive. So please do talk to us. Send in all your wonderful questions, comments, and anything else you want to tell us. Hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the WildEarth website, go to the live safari page, register, and submit your questions there. This is a very busy butterfly, extremely thirsty, and of course, got to save the best till last. Kids, if you are watching, please do send in your questions too, and you do that via email. The email address is kidquestions@wildearth.tv. Would you look at this butterfly go? Now, we spent most of the morning, unfortunately, waiting on Shasha and Langa, Sabui's offsprings. They were on Little Gowrie, but they were anticipated to cross into Djuma. And they didn't. So that was rather unfortunate, but I believe one of them may have crossed. We're going to go south and see if we can scratch around there. And unfortunately, everyone, Wendy's not starting. So you're going to have to just sit and look at my face for a little while, which is probably joyous to you all, but I can't move the vehicle. Yes, not the best start, but hopefully we shall either get rescued or Wendy will eventually start. So as I sit here and do some sunbathing, let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good luck to Lauren. As you can see, we are bumbling south. A very good afternoon and warm welcome to all the viewers. My name is Marcus Koza and I've got Mpo on camera. So this afternoon We are on a bumble currently heading in the southern parts of our property, going for anything that the bush will surprise us with, really. But where we headed, it is quite a nice and open area. There are a lot of clearings that side. There are a lot of open areas where we sometimes get some general game around that area. And that is what we'll be hoping for this afternoon. And also, all that being said, with that general game in mind, it in turn attracts some predators around that area as well. So while looking at those general game, it will be well worth it if we scan around. And also some of these animals like wildebeest as well as some impalas are capable of pointing these predators out to us. So they do alarm back at the presence of a predator and facing that direction where the threat is coming from. So that in turn helps us be sort of have an idea of which general direction the threat might be coming from. So yeah, I think let's just bumble on and see what this African bush has in store for us. That is a very good question, Gerald. So the hottest weather I've experienced in Ngala was up to 42 degrees Celsius. I'm not too sure what's that in Fahrenheit, maybe just over 100 in Fahrenheit. Of which if it gets that hot during the day, you'll find that even at times like 9 o'clock at night, it's still as hot. So it's a bit unbearable to sleep. So yeah, here in Kruger it does get quite hot like that. But yeah, we're used to it by now. So we're still heading south. Hopefully we'll have a few more surprises. So to our right here, I'm not sure if Paul will be able to turn the camera to our right. We do have a bit of water, and at a time like this, that is very hot, so animals will time and again make their way to go drink, at least the ones that are water dependent. So you might find that in these shades that are very close to this water hole here, we might be able to find a few exciting animals. So we'll keep heading south, hoping for all that general game I spoke about. And in the meantime, I will send you over to Steve, see what he has got for us.
Hello everybody, welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, where we've got a beautiful male impala who has been, well, he's coming to charge now. He's going to go fight. He's trotting along. He was just making some noises before. He was answered by another male. It's possible that they might have a little battle royale in a moment. So should we introduce ourselves quickly before that happens? Hello everybody, my name is Steve, joined by WC on camera, and we are delighted to be out in the sunshine with you today as our impala males are imminently about to box. he's licking his lips in anticipation. There's the boy just off to the right. I might have to move forward slightly to get this. Let's just move forward slightly. Here we go. They're sizing each other up. Let's just get a nice angle. They're sizing each other up. They're not too concerned about the temperature. They were a moment ago. This one was standing in the shade, and then he made some noises, and then his noises were reciprocated. Now that gentleman is going, okay, you think you're big and strong? Look how I lick my lips. There's lots of testosterone going on now. What the purpose of the licking for is hard to say, and has actually got an erection right now, the fellow at the back. Extremely excited. I don't even know if these two are going to fight. I think they're going to sort of do this standing around what is their now territory. And they've probably established it already. Let's see. A little sideways look. Such wonderful coats. Mike, this is exciting. You can actually see when it did that they've got the cleft lip. Split in the middle. Enables impalas to feed very low to the ground. They like to do this. They like to pretend that there's something there. Ooh, what's that? And then they have a go at their buddy. Ooh, what's that over there? What's that? Did you hear that? What's that? What about over there? They've obviously had a tongue off now. They're quite happy that they've got their spots. They're going to do some preorbital gland marking. Some urination. That alarm call, a characteristic impala alarm call, we start to hear it a lot this time of year. Now he's going to say, that's my bush. I was rubbing that bush before you came here. It's almost a challenge to say, I'm going to rub exactly where you've rubbed. Let me move up and give you a look. Alex, 4 or 5 years old, perhaps? 4 or 5 years old. Ah, there's a spot of shade there, Davy. Let's move up. Whew, it's cooking. See, they're not too concerned with us. You good? Gonna happen soon. They are just muscular, very strong at the moment. Doing a little bit of a high stepping motion. Can you see that? Beautiful coat. Okay, we hear you, sir. We hear you. Now, after the ratting season, you'd almost always associate that alarm call with a predator. But now, that actually attracts predators, as we've seen from time to time, because these guys get so caught up in their antics that the lions and leopards come charging through here because they know these fellows are so preoccupied with their showcase. We had a nice bit of action last night with them fighting. Not these two individuals. Let me move back. That caused the lions to come running. Lions that did absolutely no stealth, just came charging. Okay, boys, we've now moved out of the shade into the sun for you. Okay, putting in getting very hot.
Yeah, we hope that these impalas get active and give us quite a show to watch. And guess what we have found here? I'm sure that the viewers at home by now, when they see that color, one thing and one thing only comes to their mind, which is the Birmingham Pride. Of course, that's right. This is the Birmingham Pride that was seen last night on a boundary road where everybody else thought they were gonna cross into Kruger. But it looks like they decided against that at last. And I'm sure you can see that stomach that shows that they have fed. So the last time we saw them, they looked very skinny. They looked like they could do with a meal. And now I know it's not all these animals that we can see, but looking at that white one, you see how bloated his belly is. So which means that last night or even early this morning, these lions might have got something to eat. So where we are now, there is no hyenas or even vultures in the vicinity. So which means these lions must have killed something, maybe not too close to here. So knowing that there is water close here, they might have walked. So they might have killed something maybe during the night or even early this morning, which in turn they might have decided that they'll come for water and then get a shade very close to where the water hole is. And you see how they're all panting there, or at least those that we can see at the moment. So it is a very hot day at Ngala, about 31 degrees Celsius. So if you can see, those animals have got to find themselves out. Look at that one flopping to the other side. So it seems like they just got themselves that patch of shade that they thought they will spend the day, or most of it, just so they don't have to move and lose energy since it's this hot. And they don't really have to move because they are full. They've got water right close to where they are. So this is more an ideal place for them to be at a time like this. They are breathing so heavily. I'm not sure if the viewers can hear that. Can you come again with the question? Yeah, Pilar, that is very, very unusual for these lions. But I'm sure, this is just my opinion, but I'm sure that it can happen. But remember, like the male lions, anything from 2.5 to 3 years, they will get kicked out of this pride and they will start leading a nomadic life. And more often than not, they will move away from their natal pride, because the dominant males will push them too. And depending on the number of brothers, depending on how big the coalition will be, so wherever they will be going, after some years, if they are successful in taking over another pride and they become bigger and stronger, there is that possibility that they can still come back and take over their territory of their natal pride. But it's highly unusual. That being mentioned, I think that can happen. Yeah, so it looks like they are still, some of them are a little bit out in the sun there, so I'm sure there will be some movements heading towards these patches of shades that's around here. So I think we'll stick a little bit more with these lions. In the meantime, we'll send you over to Steve and see what he's got in store for us.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about those technical issues. Polar boys have decided to find some shade to now practice their fighting skills. We've done so as well. Probably looking at 65 kilogram male impala there. Fully conditioned, incredibly strong and powerful. Can't compare it to a 65 kilogram human. We're just not designed that way. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the featherweight category. Yeah, Bob. You're not sure, eh? Where's Marcello when you need him? It's all about weight in the world. Now these boys have been heightening their condition, been feeding through the summer, getting as much strength as they possibly can. They've been in bachelor groups. They've been seeing who's the biggest in the herd. They've been practicing some technique. And now they are starting to fight for these little spots in the height, or should I say in the perfect impala territory. Open areas with access to water and a little bit of thicket edge. So perfect little impala habitat where the ladies will come. So first, the one on the right was walking away. And now the one on the left is walking away. So it's almost as if they've done this before. They've asserted who is in charge of their spot. And there comes a point where there's no need to fight now because there's no one challenging their specific turf. Yesterday we had two fellas like this that were pushing and moving each other, and their noises that they made with the horns actually attracted a third that came charging in, and he just smashed into the side of one of them, which was quite something to behold.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived!
Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place. I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's what I'd like to know.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We are live from Eco-Training Islands, and my name is JP Leroux, and behind the camera we've got Johan. So at the moment we're just having a look at a tree that's right over here, which is a knobthorn acacia, and in the center of this tree, the flowers. This belongs to a mistletoe, which is also known as a bird lime or bird graft. So quite often the mistletoe will be used for actually catching birds. So the leaves and the stems will be chewed, and they'll make a sticky paste out of this. And this sticky paste then will be used to be wiped onto branches. And you'll take a little grasshopper or insect, and then you'll tie it next to the paste that you have made. So the birds will be attracted to this, and that is one of the traditional ways that many of the young African boys used to catch birds while they're out looking for cattle. Many of these young African boys learned their field craft in terms of tracking in the field, looking after cattle. And this is precisely how one of my trackers started learning his skill. To come back to the plant, you'll notice that the red flowers is quite long and narrow, and earlier on we were watching a number of sunbirds that were feeding on the flowers. So what they were doing is they were probing their little long bills down the center of a flower to try and gain the nectar that's inside it. In a process, they might be actually responsible for pollinating these flowers. However, sometimes they also only steal the nectar. Very few sunbird species are actually responsible for the pollination, and we find that the majority of species which is responsible for the pollination of specific plants are mostly found within the Western Cape region of South Africa, within the fynbos biome. One of the other things that I do find quite interesting is once the flowers have made a fruit, These fruits are then taken by species of birds such as barbets, which really likes them. Now, the fruit is quite sticky itself. Once they've eaten it, they've regurgitated the seed. It's stuck to their bill. They then have to wipe it off onto a branch of a tree, and that's precisely where the seed will get stuck. And the seed will germinate on the tree, and it will create tiny little roots into the plant, and then use the nutrients from the plant. However, it's not fully parasitic because it can still produce its own food, as it's got green leaves and can photosynthesize and produce its own carbohydrates in the process. It's quite common of these plants to be actually found on top of acacias, which is one of the common features of a specific plant. Here's our little sunbird coming closer. I'm just going to see if I can call him in. There we can see how it's busy feeding on the nectar inside the flower. We're going to still watch the little birds for a little bit longer, but in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Lauren.
Well, everyone, my curse has broken, and my patience has paid off. This morning was, well, not a winner, but we have a winner here. Now, we've parked far away because we're having signal troubles, but it's either Shasha or Langa, Sabui's offspring. I need your assistance in helping me with which one it is. I really am struggling to see. I can only see grass in front of the leopard's face, but I'm sure you'll have a better view. But it's one of them, and we're in the Mulwasi, very, very close to Gowrie Main, so there was always a chance they were going to cross. They keep sort of dabbling their toes or their paws into Djuma regularly, and then heading back into Little Gowrie. So Little Gowrie's their base, it was where they were born, but they definitely keep sort of wandering up the Mulwati into Djuma. So let's see, maybe when they look up we can get a better idea who it is. It's one of the two, that's for sure. Ah, so good to see a leopard. Are you happy, Morgan? I hope all of you are happy. My curse broke on drive 16. Yes. It's so lovely to see a leopard. So hashtag WildEarth if you can figure out if it's Shasha or Langa from this angle. And the Mulwati's a fantastic place. In this exact spot, I had Tandi last time, and I've also had Kalamba. It's a really nice little spot, fallen over tree, little bit of shade, and the ground will be cool. It's still quite waterlogged, so the ground will be very sort of, although the sun is shining, it'll be cool underneath, and that's exactly where you want to be if you're a leopard. Leopard dynamics are changing. I mean, they're always changing, really, but they are changing. Kelly, you're saying what a good surprise to see some spots. I know. It's been a big struggle. There have been leopards absolutely everywhere, but not Djuma. Really not Djuma. There's a big question mark over Kalamba. I've not been live much because I've been constantly checking all the areas that she could be, and I do think she's not on Djuma right now. There's not a single track, really, which is normal, of course, for her to keep moving. So you're right, it's good to see spots on Djuma. Djuma for the win. Okay, I'm going to sit with my spots and thoroughly enjoy. Hopefully we'll be able to figure out who it is. But for now, over to Phinda to say good afternoon.
A very good afternoon from Phinda. Wow, we found a magnificent white rhino.
And it's not just, as you can see, she's not on her own. There's about 6 rhino in this, what we call a crash of rhino. Quite an apt name for a big group of rhino. You can imagine when they run through the bush, they make quite a lot of noise, and they often will trample over dry twigs and make cracking sounds that makes it sound a little bit like a big accident happening, actually. My name is Angus, and Odie's behind the camera with us today at Phinda. It's so good live safari. It seems like these rhino have just smelt us. See, the wind is blowing towards them. So it seems like they might have actually all in a group, close together. Look at all the ears are pointed. And as we sit here talking to you, they're probably hearing the sounds that we're making. And because they have relatively poor eyesight, they seem to be very interested in trying to find out what we are. And what's interesting is it's quite difficult to tell exactly what's going on, because in this long grass, it's not that easy to tell whether they're males or females. But I have at least seen one. That one with the big horn is that's a female, and one of those little younger rhino are her calves. I have seen her before around this area. And the other 2 rhino that are with them are just further off to the right. And it's likely that the other 2 could be what we call a satellite calf, that are sometimes what would be the equivalent of a teenager for us, that have been kicked away or been told by their mother to move off on their own. They're old enough to basically survive on their own, but when that happens, they are sometimes quite unsure of themselves, so they'll latch onto an existing mother and her calf and just trail them around to still pick up on some skills for living life on their own. And white rhino, like I mentioned, this is a crash of them, and they do often sometimes move around in little groups like this. And the groups can get quite big. I've seen a crash of up to 16 rhino before. So we're going to keep moving and probably look for some red darker this afternoon, something a bit different. But for now, we're going to send you off to Marcus with his lions.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, where we are still with these Ngalas of the Birmingham Pride, or Ngala means lion in Shangaan, by the way. So as you can see, they are still breathing as heavily. There have been some subtle movements earlier, but just getting out of the sunlight really to lie into the nearest shade. And you see how some of them have lied on their back, actually exposing their underparts to get a bit of breeze, because there is a bit of breeze at the moment. And you see that one that has her paw resting on that tree to the left over there. And so that place, we are actually able to see them from where we are, because we have parked directly opposite to where they're lying. But behind them, as you can see, it's bushes all the way. So which will give them actually an advantage should an animal were to walk in to come have a drink here. Because these lions would have that cover. And also that water hole that's on our left, it's a very deep water hole that they will actually be able to corner an animal easily. Because these lions, much as they are full, if they had an opportunity for another kill, they will definitely fear it. Because these lions are opportunistic, and also that being said, they don't really know when their next meal might be. So if opportunity presents itself like that, they can kill as many animals as they possibly can, and then just gather all those carcasses. Look at that white one belly that's lying on his back there, that white male. Looks like it's ready to explode if you look at it. So whatever it is that they might have killed during the night or even earlier this morning must have been something fairly big, because like these are big lions. And if it's 8 or 9 lions, so surely they will need something big in order for their bellies to look that bloated. I'm just very happy. I'm sure some of our viewers will be happy as well to see that the Birmingham Pride hasn't really crossed into Kruger. Because of late, when they do cross into Kruger, they take their time that side. Sometimes we don't see them for a week, sometimes for over a week. And even if they do decide to come back this side, I mean, we have 15,000 hectares. It is a lot of ground that we can't really cover in one go. So sometimes they do move back into our property, but after that it takes us maybe 3 days or so to locate them. And I'm very glad actually that they got to eat something, because when I saw them yesterday, they looked very skinny actually. They were not looking good at all. But these lions, being excellent hunters that they are, it was just a matter of time before they caught something. Quite nice to see. As you can see in this pride, you can't see clearly for now, but I'm sure you might have seen them for the past couple of days. There are some older lionesses that are more experienced in hunting, and some of these sub-adults, which are actually youngsters, they're sort of learning from these older ones how to do or how to go about doing them hunting and all that. So if they are this successful, it's always a good thing. So these sub-adults will be learning from these older lionesses how to hunt, when to attack, because I have, in the past couple of weeks, I have seen these lions trying to hunt a wildebeest, where one of these sub-adults charged at the wildebeest prematurely before everyone else could get into position, and as a result they were not that successful. So it's quite nice to see they're feeding, they're like this. So these sub-adults will be learning how to hunt, when is the right time to attack, and all those sort of things from all these older lionesses.
It's Shasha. I've got a good look now, everyone. It's the male cub of Sabi. He's part of a twin litter, and the female is Langa. This is the male. He is stunning. He's still young. He was born in August 2019. So obviously not quite 2 years old yet, but approaching that. So he's slowly spending less time with his mom and less time with his sister. But he was born on Little Gowrie, and he spends a bulk of his time there. But he's seen on Djuma occasionally, on Chitwa occasionally, and Hoffman's, I think even Arathusa. But it seems to be that he spends more time around Djuma than Langa. Langa seems to spend a lot more time in the west. So soon that beautiful trio will split up. They will separate. Of course, females are normally pushed to independence first, give or take at 18 months. And then the males normally stay with their mom until 2 years, so 24 months. Then they start spending a lot more time on their own, and then it's time to disperse, just like Mr. Hosanna did, and find your own territory. But that's a process. Everything's a process. It's not just a case of dispersing and then setting up territory immediately. Just like the impalas, I think Steve was having a wonderful impala sighting. It's all about cues. So he'll disperse, which will bring about changes in his behavior, which will bring about changes in his testosterone levels, which will then again bring about changes in his behavior. So it's all a process. They don't sort of claim a territory straight away. They also have to figure out the area. Who are the neighbouring males? Who are the females? Who are the threats? And you've got to learn all that through chemicals, through scents. Who's the dominant male in the area? Is there a vacant space that you can take up? So it's quite a process before Shasha will become territorial. But he looks just like his mom. If you look closely, I think he's the double of his mom. He's got that pink nose. Oh, big yawn, my goodness. It's been a busy day. But as I was saying, the leopard dynamics here are very, very fascinating right now. And of course, with the really unfortunate news of Hukumuri passing, things are going to shift. You've got Sabui's cubs that are also reaching an age where they're going to start moving. There's a thought that Miss Tlalamba may have some cubs. So things are really, really changing in the area. He's on the move. Possibly just to a better patch of shade. I would do the same. This is going to be a bit tricky for us signal-wise, I'm afraid. We're obviously in the Mulwati up on an embankment. We're going to try and move, but I'm not sure what's going to happen to the signal. Oh, is he there? Is that him there? Okay, well then we should be fine. Let me just move a little bit forward. Unfortunately, the joys of driving windy. Let me just try one more time. Everyone's going to laugh here. Yeah, so we are going to look at the bush and hopefully we get a view. You can see some spots. It's definitely better than nothing. Well done, Morgan, for figuring out the spots here. Sorry about this view, everyone. It's not ideal. Jackie, on the thermal FLIR drone, when we used to do the drone in session, we did take down, Tingana, we witnessed him take down an Ngala bull, and we sent our chaser vehicle in, and they found him with an Ngala. So it was a very, very large kill. I mean, Tingana's a huge male, but that was extremely large. I think that's probably the biggest. Leopards are powerful, but of course they're solitary and they can't risk any form of injury. when we have broken down and the vehicles around us are obviously asking for assistance, we may have to try and figure out if we can get this car up and running or not as we're in a sighting. He's moving again. We won't be able to follow him if he moves, but that's okay. Oh, I've lost comms. I'm having a great day today, haven't I? Okay, I believe that I have to send you across to Steve, and hopefully we can get our vehicle back on the go again.
Well, thanks, Lauren. We moved on from our rutting male impalas as they finally had a bit of a fight, and then they separated. No one lost any pride or ego. They battled well, and now they're on their own little spots again, with no ladies to watch over just yet. It'll come. Okay, so some leopard tracks. These look like they're from this morning. And there's a car coming behind us, so let me just pull over so that they can get past. There's a leopard right here this morning, or was that a lion truck? Sorry about the dust. No, I know you can't see it. I'm just moving out the way. Come on. Okay, so this looks like there was, okay, this is where the Telematis were last night. They went in, if you recall. We had them chasing those rutting impala. Lots of dust when a car passes. We're just going to check one-eyed pan into Simbili just to see if there's anything going on with our water chickens, as we are doing some birding this afternoon. Nice way to get the birding on the go with the water chickens, the lesser moor hens. Lisa, well, how does any battle get defined or determined? It's by the winner, of course. The impala that beats the other impala is the winner, and often they kill them. The impalas will smash horns. There'll be a strength battle. One will decide this is too much, he'll turn, and quite often, as he turns to run, he gets impaled with the horn. So many times they actually die if they run. So running is not always an option. Incredibly fast impala, incredibly fast, and a lot of power. I actually was looking at the welterweights, or should I say the lightweight is only 57 kilograms, so 100, let me find that again. So it's actually super flyweight is what impalas are fighting at, and super flyweight isn't. They're not the biggest humans in the world, but they're very, very agile, very fast boxers. Whatever category you want to put them in. And Impala are heavier than that and wiry. So Impala win by domination. As is with any fight, the Nyalas will often display and will give up when one determines the other one's bigger, and only if they feel like they are equally matched for their fight. But Impala will fight if they get to that stage. And if they don't want to fight, then they'll never challenge. You have to fight to challenge, you have to fight to hold that space. Miles after 3-4 years, male Impala big enough, strong enough at that stage. The first 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, they're just observing, spending time in the herds, getting big and strong, and those that have survived, because many Impala get picked off through the years, those that have survived then have earned the right to that stage, but then they still have to compete within the bachelor herds with each other. But not many of them that compete actually survive the breeding season. Not many of them even get to the breeding season. Some of them have picked a territory or spot to defend a bit early, and they get picked off by predators. Some get killed in the battle before getting to the rut itself, and some die mid-rut. Others will continue on after the rut has actually been finished and continue doing what they're doing, even though most of the females have been fertilized. Okay, we're here at One-Eyed Pan having a look to see if any little water chickens are out and about, but I think it might be too early in the day. It might be too early in the day for the water chickens, so we're just going to spend a moment here and maybe have a little look-see around. Lesser moor hen chicks, and I've seen almost every time since coming to this pan the last little while, watching them grow so nicely. We got something, Darby?
Nope.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sabalts and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, we heard some oxpeckers just around the corner in this little muddy wallow. And, well, oxpeckers never lie. This really big, old dugger boy is missing a tail, probably chewed off by lions. His left horn is worn down or broken off. He's covered in mud, and he is an absolute machine. Look at the muscles. That's all the mud. Shangaan. Oh, his tail's actually a little bit of a stumpy stump. Shangaan word for mud is dugger. So that's where they get the word dugger boys. That's what they like to do. Lie up in pans and wallows. They don't go very far. Retired old gentlemen. Grumpy. These are who lions essentially remove from the population, if they dare. As he gets his a little cleaning. Karen, I suppose they just get tolerant to it. There's nothing he can do. He's been living 10, 12 years. Oxpeckers have been his life. Eventually, it just becomes something to... You can only shake your head so many times a day. To sit down again. Okay, well, we're going to probably get another view of our buffalo in the mud, and we send you over Marcus, who seems like he's got a little bit more water.
Welcome back to Ngala. And these animals, earlier at least one of the lionesses walked in front of us to have a drink at this water hole that's in front of us here. And for now we have repositioned and actually parked ourselves on a vantage point in case all these lions decide to come and have a drink here. So at the moment they are not being cooperative, if I can call it that. But yeah, it is lions most of the time. At times like this, they'll just be taking it easy like that. However, there is one lioness that walked. Unfortunately, she has lied down and she blends in with that rocky section where we're not able to see where she is from where we are here. But somewhere close to where Paul's just zooming in now, there is a lioness that's lying flat there. So that's that one lioness that went and had a drink. And time and again, if Paul maybe can try zoom out to the previous position of this pride. There are some few pride members. Some poets maybe try to take it to the left. There are some few pride members that are up and moving, even though they just move and go to the nearest shade again. I'm sure you can see that one moving now. Hopefully it will make its way to the water hole to drink. That will be quite nice to see. But then again, she might just be moving and she'll rest on that shade that she said now. So, looks like she's still up. Very interesting question mark. I have personally never seen that, but I know that that can happen. So something like that would always come down to numbers. So if it's a few lions with a lot of hyenas, it can end up being intimidating to lions, especially if it's lionesses. But with the male lions, hyenas try and stay away from those. But yeah, that does happen. I've never seen it before. Look, these lions are now making their way towards the waterhole. How lovely is that? Do you see that one I was talking about, lifting her hair up there? And look at that one close to water. It's about to drink. Firstly, it's scanning the area in case there may be some crocodiles or something that might pose a threat to its life. Because these animals are quite smart like that. Look there, she's having a drink. Isn't that just beautiful to see? So there is another one also making its way. A few more of them actually. Looks like they are gonna try and make their way into that water hole. It is quite a hot day. Like with these lions, they are not really water dependent, but if there is water readily available like this, they will definitely go for a drink. Also I hear the calls of the blacksmith lapwing close to us where the lions are. How beautiful is that? See also the white ones coming for their drink. That's the young male there. Look at that. When last has one seen lions moving in actually to drink? while parking at a vantage point like this. So we've got the best view in the house. That's actually a very good question. So I think out here in the bush, it's actually about who is more powerful than who. So it comes to power and all that. So like with these lions, they are top of the food chain. So as far as predators are concerned, I don't think they will fear anyone. However, that being said, there are animals like maybe elephants. So these lions will definitely give way to elephants because they know that they're not as powerful as elephants are. And more often than not, they'll try to stay out of elephants' way. But as far as these other animals are concerned, I think these lions are really not that scared of any other animal. You see the young male coming down now. How beautiful it is to see these lions walking down, going to the water hole from that shady area and actually start drinking. And you see how now they're out in the open like that. So the day is still that hot. Chances are from there they'll still make their way back to the shade. And the good thing about this water hole in relation to where these lions were is that they didn't really have to walk that far to come have a drink here. So it's not actually a lot of energy that these lions will have used to come down this water hole and back up. And see how hanging the belly of that one lioness is. Which makes me think that it must have been something sizable that they had last night or early this morning. Because all of them, if you can see, they look like they are well fed. You see that one lying out in the sun. Amazing stuff. To the viewers at home, you might think we see these sort of things every day, but we don't. So I'm sure to most of you, seeing those lions actually walking down must be very exciting, which is equally as exciting for me. Like, I have seen these lions many times, but it's not every day where you see them doing something like that, especially during the day. So this afternoon they were actually very cooperative. They gave us a bit of action. Okay, the hair dropping with those two there. Sounds like there is an elephant trumpeting in the background that I can't see. So you might find that there are some elephants actually making their way to this water hole. It will be interesting to see when those elephants get here what happens with these lions.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived!
Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed. Well, welcome back, everybody. We've just had the most incredible experience with this bull and maybe 10 or 12 oxpeckers, red-billed. They all basically just came in, landed, and I almost think we could have made a soundtrack to that sort of noise. There was quite a few adults and quite a few juvenile oxpeckers. The juveniles are seen by the grey bill. They don't have a red, brightly coloured bill, and they lack the eye ring. I think that is a youngster there busy scratching, yeah. But a huge number of them all landed on his head and had a little disco. It was actually quite impressive. I don't think I've ever had an encounter quite like that before. Even Dave leant over and he was like, wow. And have you seen an interaction like that before? No, I mean, not that intense. You often have oxpeckers landing on buffalo and doing their thing, but it's almost like this fellow just seems to be in the middle of a couple of territories. There wasn't any fighting, but there was lots of noise and lots of screaming and shouting, and almost could think of putting a really nice little song to it. There we go. All of those are adults giving their beaks little bits of cleaning, bit of a face rub, bit of a sharpen, left, right. How abused do you think this fellow feels, eh? I'm sure he knows the benefit that he gets having these oxpeckers picking things off of him. Kelly, yes, well, the plant around his ear is a magic warrior, and having one wrapped around your head like that is actually a sign of good luck. So I reckon this fellow's got a little bit of good luck coming his way. And, well, there's nothing like a little bit of a nose clean as well while you're chewing. An ear peck. Ears are quite sensitive, so you've got to peck and then move. Otherwise you get flicked. Got to learn. Got to learn those ears come with some force. 3. He's going for the flies landing on the ears there. They don't only eat ticks, everybody. They also eat flies and organisms that land on the buffalo. Although we always think it's only the ticks they feed on. They also do feed on insects that land on there. And now we're seeing it in process. Watch the flies going into the ear. And this little youngster's learning the tricks of ear fly fishing. He's very good at it. That's like he'd make a very good boxer. And last night somebody was asking me, how can you spend so much time with buffalo? I mean, they're so intriguing. Look at this. Isn't it amazing? Doug, the benefits of wallowing are to cool down, first of all. There's an enormous cooling effect that being in the mud has. Often it's not mud only, it's also water. So the water cools down. The mud also covers the body, and it helps them to suffocate ticks that might be building up on the body, which they can then rub off at another stage. It also covers the body. It covers areas that there would normally be access to biting flies, which you might feel the car shift every now and again. That's me slapping biting flies that are eating my feet. So maybe I should go and dip them in the mud there. And I have no doubt that there's also some mineral therapy that the mud will invoke or provide for the skin. People pay lots of money to go to beauty salons around the world that cover you in mud. You can come out here and we will do it for you for free, everybody. Might have to just wade through a few buffalo and warthog and rhino from time to time and maybe flap away the flies and the oxpeckers, but it won't cost you a penny. Okay, well, we're going to link you back over to Ngala, I think, whose lions are still taking it really easy at the water.
From big wallowing animals back to our Birmingham pride at andBeyond Ngala. So most of these animals have walked now towards the water hole to drink. As you can see there, they are not really wallowing, but close enough to that water edge because they will get a bit of mud. So that area where they're lying on now will actually also help with cooling. And see how beautiful that Birmingham male is looking with that mane from here. So that area where these animals were lying earlier, so they had cover, there were a lot of bushes in and around, and now where they are very much exposed, that even if some prey species will try come have water here, they will spot them a mile away. That is actually not very ideal for these lions to be at. You see that male moving now. Maybe the others are gonna follow soon. So from where those ones we see are Going to the left, there is other lions lying down there. Where our camera is going now. There we go. Negative, Bila. It's not the whole pride that sent marks. So it will be the dominant males in this pride that will do the scent marking. So that will be telling other intruding lions that this is actually my territory. But time and again, you will see the females as well trying and use their hind feet to loosen the soils or the grasses, and then they will sort of scent mark as well, because remember, much as male lions are territorial, female lions are also that territorial, so they do a bit of scent marking as well, but I'm not sure whether it serves the same purpose. But the ones that would scent mark for territories is the dominant males in a pride. So with that white one that we had on screen earlier, I just wanted to highlight how it stands out from wherever it will be. And it's around about that time that the white male might get kicked out of this pride. So if you see how that color stands out like that, it's gonna be as difficult for this male when they are then start leading a nomadic life to hunt and actually remain undetected by the prey species being that color. However, one thing that will work to his advantage is that he's got some other brothers his age that they will get kicked together. So he will rely mostly on his brothers when it comes to hunting. Of course, he will help time and again, but if they do need to stalk animals like these lions would, so he might just need to hold back, because much or many of these prey species have got very good eyesight that they will be able to spot him from a good distance. So that will be one disadvantage of this color that he's got, much as it is beautiful in our eyes, but to that lion's lifestyle it will have its disadvantages. One of them will be that these other animals will be able to see him at a good distance. So let's just hope that his brothers are gonna be very good hunters, that they will be able to provide him with some food. And of course, if they do catch something that will need more strength to pull down, maybe something as big as a giraffe or even a buffalo, I'm sure he will just wait for his brothers to attack, and if they've got that prey species, and then he will just come in and add some strength into that, they'll be able to bring it down. And with that breeze that we've got, it's starting to become cooler and cooler. So you see how happy they are that they're out in the open, but it's not as hot as it was earlier. If you look at all of them, they look like they're waiting for something that's to come out of that water that they'll be able to catch. But no, they're not waiting for anything, they're just resting there. Earlier I thought I heard some elephants trumpeting, which I thought they were going to make their way to this water hole. Yeah, so these lions looks like they are going to be here for the next while. So for now, I think let's just bumble on, see what else we might be able to see. In the meantime, we'll send you over to Phinda with their beautiful landscapes.
Beautiful scenes here at andBeyond Phinda. There don't seem to be any lions at this watering hole this afternoon, unfortunately, but hopefully we can find something as the afternoon goes on now. This is actually the same watering hole. I don't know if any of you were with us a couple of mornings ago where we saw some lions here at Phinda chase a vivid monkey into the watering hole, which was really, really exciting. And so this is just a different view of that watering hole up from up on the hill that the lions actually ended up walking up towards us where we're sitting now. There's quite a lot of cormorants in those dead trees in the watering hole. You can see they're nesting on those trees at the moment. And the reason they'll do that is very safe away from animals like snakes that might be interested in trying to eat their eggs or their chicks while they're away. See how they choose trees that are totally surrounded by water. And every now and then, the adults actually still seem to be working on their nests, so every now and then you might see them flying low over the water, bringing in nesting material. I can see a pied kingfisher flying overhead. You might be able to hear it as well. So I think what we're going to do, we're just going to drive down and have a closer look at the watering hole. So from down there, hopefully we'll be able to see some birds. Or hopefully some crocodiles. Such a gorgeous view here. I always love driving down this very steep hill at this time of day around sunset. I can see a cormorant flying in overhead, so hopefully it might circle around and then eventually land on one of those nests. See, there is one just coming over the surface of the water. It's quite tough. There's a glare from the sunset on my right. But it's really, really, really beautiful. Wow, look at all those cormorants on those trees. You can see there's one coming in now. Try and see what that one's doing. It doesn't seem to be carrying any sticks. Or anything that it might be using to build a nest. But you can see how they nest in very big flocks. Sure, beautiful light coming in from behind them. So, Odie and I are going to keep moving. For now, we'll send you over to Lauren.
Well, Well, it's been a very eventful day. We got rescued by quite a few vehicles, but Marcel did exactly what I've been doing and managed to get the car to turn on. He says it's a Midas touch. Oh, are we going to drink, Shasha? We're at Twin Dams. Morgan's going to give you a view of how close he is to the water. Look, this is the first sighting I've had at Twin Dams in a very, very long time. And Mr. Shasha is here. So we've managed to keep up with them. Whether we can turn the car back on again, I do not know. It remains a mystery. We will, of course, try. But I'm very, very grateful that we've managed to catch up with our leopard. I think he will drink at some point. It's getting cooler. The sun's starting to slowly go down. And at this age, I remember spending time with Hosanna at this age. He's very curious. He'll be making kills of his own, be it small, but he will be practicing. He will be leaping on mongoose and squirrels and ground birds. He may be even chasing after larger antelopes such as dyke or steenbok. Whether they're successful or not, probably not all the time. He's at that stage where he's really got to learn. He's got a lot more growing to do. Look at him. It'd be actually nice if he was on a kill in Djuma. And then he would spend a lot longer around here. I mean, Twin Dams is on the... It's very, very close to Gowrie Main. Very close. Oh, we're going to lie down again. That's good. We don't want you going anywhere right now, Shasha, because, well, I don't know if our car will work. You can see he's not really got a dewlap. He's fat around the neck, he's growing, but he's not got that territorial dewlap that Tingana has. And even now Hosanna has. That all develops. It's a bit like a lion's mane through sexual selection. And it sort of really, really grows with the development of testosterone in males. And they don't actually know who his father is, as with many of the leopards out here. But it is believed to be the Senegal bush male or Kunyuma. People use both of those names. It's the same male. Different people use different names for that male, but that's who it's believed to be. Or the Maxim's male, that's a separate male. But that's who it's believed to be. You will only really ever know by doing scat analysis, by collecting his scat and analysing it. I'm very glad I'm not that human who has to analyse scat. Handy Girl 101. Flies, insects. He'll be crawling all over him. He's twitching his ears, as most animals do out here, to get rid of all the flies and the insects that are probably buzzing around his face. Terribly annoying. It's more like a twitch. And it won't just be his ears. The rest of his body will be twitching at points as well when they land on him. but he's able to move them independently. And again, as a lot of species out here, they're able to channel in precisely to the direction of sound. Humans are really not great at that. We can sort of tell there's a sound coming behind us, but is it behind us to the west or is it behind us to the east? I don't actually know. But of course, leopards are very accurate at that because they have to be. They've got remarkable hearing. He still spends a lot of time with his litter mate, with his sister, but eventually that will change. He'll have to leave both his mother and his sister behind when he goes off in search of a new territory. And for dispersal to take place, it's necessary, although it was absolutely heartbreaking for many of us, and it still is, that Hosanna's not here, he's not in Djuma. Males have to disperse. They have to find their own grounds without another dominant male present, and of course meet a whole new gene pool of ladies. You don't want to mate with your relatives. They do. Inbreeding is common. But really, at the end of the day, it's all about the survival of your own bloodline, not the survival of your own species. It's the survival of your bloodline. You want your genes to pass through for generations. And therefore, mating with females that are not related to you is definitely more beneficial genetically. It's very peaceful. Sun setting over the dam. We've got a beautiful leopard and the birds are calling. Lips have eyes? It's not a case of not choosing. It's very biological for mammals. So when she does come into estrus, it's a cycle that happens where she won't not choose to mate. She's in estrus. It's essential that she mates, and normally it's the females who move extraterritorially, and what that means is they leave their territory to go in search of a dominant male. They'll maybe enter into another female's territory, so it's slightly risky, but as soon as they meet with that dominant male, they're obviously under his protection. It's normally the female who very, very much encourages the mating. She does something called lordosis, which is presenting her rump quite honestly in his face, and it's basically to ensure that he gets the scent. He can smell that she's in estrus, and then that of course biologically triggers his urge to mate. There would be no point in a mammal coming into estrus and then choosing not to mate. You've got to think of it from a leopard's perspective and remove yourself from the human perspective. It's essential that they mate. It's essential that the females produce cubs. It's all about reproduction. The more males that the female mates with, it's also beneficial for her because she's covering her ground. She's ensuring that all the males have a relationship with her and all the males think that they potentially fathered the offspring. So she's ensuring the paternity. She's confusing the paternity of her offspring to ensure their survival. So in answer to your question, she wouldn't not choose to mate. Yes, if she was not in estrus, absolutely. She would probably slap him across the face with her big paw. But when she comes into estrus, it's an urge, it's a biological urge, and it's necessary. Oh, another big yawn, my goodness. So just a touch on the Mawati, I'm sure a few of you are curious. We still can't drive at all, but we can drive the lower section from Twin Dam south. And luckily, that's exactly where I found him. I had a suspicion he might go there, And we got extremely lucky, so we can drive a small little portion of the Mawati riverbed again, which makes me very happy. You see his body's twitching now. You see that? It's not just his ears. All sorts of insects are landing on him. Lana, you're saying you're so glad we get to spend time with him. Me too. There's a lot of new leopards in the area. Luna was spotted the other night. The vehicle spent a long time with her. She wasn't so skittish. Klangula seems to be moving down south, which is good. He seems to be pushing towards Djuma. Of course, we've got Maribs now. We've got Shasha and Langa. We've got Kara, who seems to be very at home in the western side of Djuma. Lots of new leopards in the area. Or new leopards for us to view, should I say. I'll change my phraseology there. Oh. We're just repositioning. We're still not going for that drink. He's not happy with the flies, is he? I wouldn't be either. I love insects, but not when they land on me. I actually think, oh, look at his tail, he's alert. I actually think that could be the water lily behind him. Are we able to just have a look at that, Morgan? Just that plant right in front of his face. I think that's one of the water lilies. They're everywhere right now. The blue water lilies are absolutely stunning. I think that's one of them. A wonderful plant of summer when the water brings life, the liquid of life, and many animals rely on the water lilies, believe it or not. And the African jacana is very famous for sort of using its extremely long toes. And these toes enable... Oh, we're moving. Are we going for a drink? Oh, there's another one. There's lots of water lilies. Thank you, Shasha, for moving. But yes, the long toes of the jacana actually enable this bird to traverse on the lily pads, almost like it's water skiing. It moves on the lily pads and forages for food that way. Isn't that incredible? So sometimes you can call the African jacana the lily trotter. Okay, I'm tempted to say that we're going to try and reposition. I'm not sure how successful this will be, but that's exactly what we're going to do.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's where I'd like to.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African.
Welcome to Eco Training Salati. We've continued our walk and we came to the only single silver cluster leaf that grows on the whole property. So one of these fascinating things for me about this tree is that the leaves are often used and grinded into a powder. And especially in Venda culture, the shiny segments or hairs in these leaves would provide a very unique style of pottery. However, while we were standing over here, we also noticed something else. A large group of butterflies that started settling onto the little twig on this little shrub over here. These are called acrayas. At the moment, there's not a lot of insect life around. As winter is slowly creeping on us, we've noticed over the last 2 to 3 weeks how the insect population has dwindled. This is also one of the reasons why many bird species migrate either to the central parts of Africa or back to Europe, where there's a far greater supply of food for them. One of the things, however, that I do find fascinating about this specific group of butterflies is their coloration, which indicates that they are toxic and unpalatable. So we refer to this as aposematic colors or go-away colors. These are generally oranges, blacks, combinations of white and yellow. One of the other interesting things that you will note is that some of these butterflies are opening and closing their wings. And you'll notice that the upper part of their wings are actually much more brightly colored, which is quite a common theme with butterflies. This is another strategy that they use to avoid potential predators, and this is known as flash coloration. So simply by showing the brighter upper parts, then closing the wings and showing the dull underparts, it will confuse the predator. Just to come back to the aposematic colors or warning colors, there's a number of different species of animals and insects which use these colors to warn off potential predators. What I also find fascinating is that there's a number of insects that has also evolved a strategy to mimic the patterns, although they're not toxic themselves. So one of these butterflies that we do find that mimic a number of different toxic species is known as a monarch mimic, which mimics the African monarch butterfly, which we quite commonly encounter within this area. There was in the past a number of studies that was done with monarch mimics and the monarchs, where captive bred birds were actually provided with a number of the mimics. These birds would then eat them and would get used to the coloration and consuming these butterflies. However, once an African monarch has been provided to them as a meal, they will never ever try to attempt to eat one of the monarch mimics again because of the unpalatable taste that it leaves behind. Something interesting that we can link also with a diminishing population of insects at this time of year is also that we often find that nightjars specifically will have to spend more time feeding and less time perching on the ground. In the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Lauren, who's currently viewing a leopard, We're going to continue our search and see what we can find.
We've moved on from the water lilies and we're now posing next to some elephant dung. I mean, use what you can, you know. For a photo shoot, you've got to be resourceful, and we're now on to the elephant dung. Still haven't had a drink, but we're posing quite beautifully. But look at the size of those paws already. Wow, and he's still got a lot of growing to do. He's going to sort of outgrow his sister and his mother. I'm sure he's already bigger than Langa, but it's been a while since I've seen them together. And he's just watching everything around the dam. Every bird, every dragonfly. And the name leopard is fascinating because it's actually derived from the Greek word leopardos. I don't know why I said it like that. Maybe that's my Greek accent. Leopardos. I think that sounds more Italian. But basically it comes from Leo, meaning lion, Panthera leo, and then it comes from pardos, meaning panther, because it was originally thought that the leopard wasn't actually a species in itself. It was a mixture of many different cats. But of course, that's not the case. The leopard is a species on its own, and there are 9 different subspecies that all look slightly different. There's a wonderful diagram on the internet. I'm not able to show you it, but when you Google leopard subspecies, it brings them all up, all 9 of them, and you can see slight differences between all 9 of them. I mean, you get the Amur, the Javan, the Arabian, North Chinese, Sri Lankan, Persian, Indo-Chinese, African, and Indian. Boom! And they're the same species. They're Panthera pardus, but they will have a third Latin name attached on the end there that identifies them as a subspecies. And this is due to geographic location. So for example, if you have the African leopard, which is what we're looking at right now, it's going to have a completely different sort of habitat and specialized niche to the Amur leopard, which you find up in the sort of Chinese-Russian border. So although they're the same species, they're going to have specialized adaptations to allow them to survive and thrive in different environments. They don't inhabit the same environment. So it may just be very subtle, very slight adaptations, but they're going to be necessary for survival. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. I'm thoroughly enjoying my time with Shasha, but we are going to send you guys across to Phinda.
Wow. We've come across a zebra and her foal. And as you can see, the foal is suckling from her at the moment. It's also quite a beautiful scene, isn't it? Beautiful pink clouds in the background as the sun has just set behind the Lebombo Mountains that run northwards on the southern end of andBeyond Phinda. Earlier I just saw the mother give the foal a little bit of a nip. So this foal does look, it's not very, very young, so the mother might be a little bit irritated. Her teats may have dried up slightly, so it could even be painful. Especially how that foal was really, seemed to be pulling on those teats quite a lot earlier. And the mother seemed to just bite a little bit to try and discourage it from suckling any further. You can see the foal is eating grass now. So it could be at the stage of its life where it's about to actually be weaned from his or her mother. And you can really get a sense of how different all zebra are. So this is obviously mother and daughter, or not sure if it's a male or female yet, but you can see how different the stripes are, even in generations that are very, very closely related. It looks like a female. Constantly flapping their tails. Even as it gets later, there's still a lot of flies around. Jeanette, zebras won't necessarily fight off predators. They're usually in small groups, and they'll rely on the safety of the herd. They'll try and keep a lookout. So basically they'll keep themselves safe by staying alert. And the only predators they'd really be worried about, probably lions. When there are foals, they'd be a little bit in danger of animals like hyena, and perhaps a really big male leopard, and that would have to be a young zebra foal. But, Jeanette, I don't think they necessarily fight them off. Sometimes they would kick if they are really, really close to a predator. But that would be as a last resort. They'd generally try and put as much distance between themselves as the predator. You can see it's a very big, wide, grassy area here, so they've got quite a lot of food all around them. Wow, it's just so beautiful this evening. You can also see the little shadow stripes between the black stripe on the zebra's rump. There they are there. Jamie, that's an interesting question. So, at most, Jamie, zebras can only give birth to one foal in a year. And the reason being is they're pregnant for 12 months. So it's actually very unlikely they'll give birth to more than one foal within 2 years. You can see how the stripes are usually a bit thicker on the neck as well. And having asked that question earlier, Jeanette, have a look at the front right shoulder of the mother. Oh, she's just turned away. It looked like there was a big scratch on it. So you asked me how they defend themselves. That could have even been something like a lion that was trying to jump on its forequarters to try and pull it down. I mean, it's not necessarily like that. So I'd like to have another look at it and see if there's any scratches alongside it. But it certainly is possible. It also could have just been a sharp stump that she'd walked past that could have scratched her. But it did look like to me that it was relatively old, and it's healed very, very nicely. See how the foal will now follow its mother. It looks like they're on a bit of a mission, maybe going somewhere to go and rest for the night. It's quite strange to see just two together. It's likely there could be... It's possible that there are more of the family somewhere close by. So we're going to keep going, and we'll send you to JP, who's on a bushwalk.
Good evening and welcome back to Eco Training Guidance. We just got to a destination where we were aiming for, which is known as Buffalo Pan. We were quite excited when we got here. At first, we had a little dwarf pigeon that flew up, and then very soon we've noticed a little sandpiper that has been feeding on the edge of a pan. If you have a look through closer, you'll notice that they've got a fairly straight bill, and then the upper parts are slightly spotted, and then there's a white brow marking that goes from the bill to through to the eyes. So generally we can also use the leg coloration combined with all these features to identify it as a wood sandpiper. There's a number of other different sandpiper species which we also find in South Africa, and they're generally a very tricky group to actually identify. This bird is also one of the migratory species which we find in South Africa, and at the moment they're just filling themselves up. One of the things that I find quite fascinating is that quite a few bird species will actually increase their body weight or their fat percentage by some 50%. The fat will then be used as a fuel to migrate their way up to 10 to 12,000 kilometers away from where we have actually seen them, back into the northern hemisphere. One of the byproducts of fat when it gets metabolized is actually providing water for the bird during the long flight that it undergoes. One of the other interesting features about sandpipers is that their bills have got very specialized cells at the tip, which we refer to as the Habsstop Achilles. These cells can actually differentiate between edible and non-edible particles. We also notice that a number of different sandpiper species have got very different length bills. And sometimes within this specific species, we'll also notice that there's a difference between the male and the female's bill length. And the reason is that we don't have any form of competition then between a number of different species, and each can eat at a different level when they are probing into the mud, reaching a different food type. Quite often with some of the sandpiper species, we also find where the females have longer bills. It is that the female is not being directly affected in competition with a male. Good evening, Luke, and welcome to the show. There's a number of different predators that can go for them. Anything from the size of a mongoose as well as otters can potentially target them. However, one of the birds that I've seen quite often on large estuarine environments where we see large number of sandpipers busy feeding is actually peregrine falcons, which is one of the fastest flying birds in the world. And they believe that they can attain speeds of up to 380 kilometers per hour on a stoop when they are diving after their prey. We're going to spend a little bit more time here at the pan in the hope that something might come in. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Lauren, who is currently enjoying a view of a leopard in a tree.
I'm enjoying the view and my leopard's thoroughly enjoying himself. He's now flopped over and I would imagine going into quite a deep sleep. It's that time of day, there's such relief. Once the sun starts to go down, you really feel like you can breathe, especially after a day like today where it's been so hot. Cold in the morning, hot in the afternoon, and then it gets rather chilly at night time again. And you have to remember, although we love seeing leopards during the day, they are primarily nocturnal, so they're really not going to be too active during the day. Yes, they will hunt sometimes during the day and they will get mobile, but generally speaking, they are nocturnal animals. Look at him, sound asleep. Really, I don't know. I don't know if there's ever any scientific evidence of that. I would imagine so, yes. I would guess, make an educated guess that they would recognize each other's scent. Visually, no. I think they would just see another leopard. I really do think it would be through their scent. They're highly chemoreceptive, and they navigate their entire landscape here through sending messages to one another through chemicals. I mean, even territories, they maintain their territory by creating this odor fence in the form of scent marking. Now, it's completely penetrable. It's not physically a barrier. It's not physically keeping anyone out. It's an invisible odor fence, if you like, just to send a message. Now, Shasha's not a dominant male, but if you are a dominant male and you're in your prime and this is your territory, when you scent mark, your signal is saying, this is my territory. I am the dominant male here. And it's fresh, which means I'm around, don't come in. So it's a signal, it's a warning. Leopards can still come in. They can still ignore that warning, of course, and that's when battles will ensue. But generally speaking, they're constantly communicating with one another through chemicals. Even females in estrus, it's the scent of the female in estrus that will drive the male to mate with her. That's why they scent mark. That's why they leave all these cues. It's not for nothing. It eats into their energy budget. It's energetically costly to go on territorial patrol, but they do it, to communicate with one another. It benefits the animal greatly to have a territory, males and females, but for different reasons. Males, the bigger territory he has, which Shasha will have one day, the more females he can mate with, the more offspring he can have, and sort of the more security he has for ensuring his bloodline. When it comes to females, they want to ensure that they've got a good territory full of good resources, food and water, in order to raise offspring. So I'm going to stay here for as long as I can because it's been so long since we've seen a leopard, but we are going to send you across to Phinda, who's also sitting at a water hole.
Thanks, Lauren. I wish I could also stay with the leopard for as long as I could tonight. Haven't had that opportunity tonight, though. But got something quite interesting here. So in screen is a white-faced whistling duck, and it's actually just arrived. Initially, I just came to stop here to try and see if, well, I didn't really expect, this is where we've been seeing the lesser moorhens on Phinda. Wow. And it's just flown off to a further point in the waterhole where we can't really see it at the moment. But I was saying how this is where the lesser moorhens have been seen very often here at Phinda, and we've shown them to all of you a few times on these live safaris. But what's interesting, I mentioned how these blue water lilies close at some point in the day. And you can really get an idea of it now in the evening that most of them are closed. And the reason for them closing like this is actually relatively unknown. There's a few theories. Some people might think it would be to try and reduce moisture loss, so apparently they close at around midday. But why would they need to reduce their moisture loss if they live in water? So it's quite interesting. It could be something to do with protecting the flower inside the lily as well. Maybe it's when insects are a lot more active in the morning. Obviously, and it's beneficial for them to be open when the insects are active, and then close a little bit later on to protect themselves, because the insects are what pollinate them and would then continue the species. I'd like to come and have a look tomorrow morning to see if they're open just as the sun rises. I actually haven't taken much note of it before. I just knew that they did close at some point during the day. And you can see now as the sun set that they are very much closed. There's still a few that are slightly open, but for the most part there's hundreds of them here, and there's only a handful that are still open. can hear bubbling casino frogs in the background. Also quite a common sound to hear around the waterholes here at Phinda. I can even hear a lot more of them off behind me a little bit further away. And that'll be frogs in contact with each other. And that's how males will then find females, by moving towards the calls. Frogs are very, very, very interesting little animals. I think we'll just sit here and enjoy the beautiful evening sounds.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived!
Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. There's two. Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa, day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
So we have left that area where the Birmingham Pride was, and we sort of made our way back central parts of the reserve. So there was an update earlier about the other members of the Birmingham Pride somewhere central parts of our property here. So that's the ones that we are hoping to go and have a view of. So we might get to that area where we're told they were and find that they are still there or they have left, in which case we'll try to look maybe for some tracks that might indicate which direction they might have taken from there. Yeah, we are driving more to the western part or to the western direction. As you can see, come again with that question. If I hear you very well, Victoria, you want to know what is our trekking tip. So depending maybe animals like this looking for it's not one.
Sorry about that. Don't quite know where Ngala have disappeared to, but I'm absolutely sure they will be back with us very shortly. Broadcasting from the wild is not easy, but we do it. Now, going back to sort of communication, we were talking about odour fences and scent marking. Most animal species, whether they live in social groups or not, so leopards are obviously solitary, lions social. That's a very simple example. They do exist to solely alter another individual or another social group's behaviour. And that's exactly what territory is doing. By marking your territory, you're trying to alter others from moving in to your territory. You're trying to change their behaviour to make it better for you. And at the end of the day, holding onto a territory is actually a really selfish behaviour. It's called social dominance. You're trying to dominate an area. You're trying to claim an area and say that it's yours. And these resources are yours and no one else can come in. And it works. Essentially, and that's how most organisms really survive out here. They're claiming their own territory. And in order to claim it, you've got to defend it. You've got to defend the boundaries. You've got to be very active. And this can take the form of a leopard sawing, a lion scent marking, a bird song. There's many different ways to defend your territory. And therefore, territorial behaviour will come at a cost. Energetics. Of course, it will be expensive. And also time. You've got to devote time and energy into maintaining your territory and defending it. So in order to sort of counterbalance the fact that it's energetically costly, there has to be a greater fitness benefit. Everything in nature is offset with a balance. Everything in nature strives for balance. And therefore, the benefit of spending all that time and energy on maintaining your territory also is the exclusive use of food, nursery sites, breeding opportunity, refuge. You get that if you put the time and the energy in. So yes, it's going to cost, but they do it because the fitness benefit is far greater than the energetic costs, if that makes sense. And, the most bizarre organisms are territorial, including limpets, yes, little snails that live on the rocks on the ocean tide line. Birds can be extremely territorial. Ants can be territorial. So when we're talking about territory, we're not just talking about mammals, and we're not just talking about your leopards and your lions. Many organisms will be territorial. And the limpets are very funny. I've used this example before, but they are snails that live on the rocks at the tide line. I'm sure many of you have seen limpets. And as all snails do, they have an extremely muscular foot. And they use this foot to suck onto the rock surface to keep them in place. Now, they move very slowly. They're not exactly the fastest movers. And they use a specialised tongue called the radula that scrapes off all the algae from the rock. Now, they're territorial. They want their own little patch, their own little turf to have access to algae, their food at all times. So they defend it. Now, how do they defend their territory when you're a snail that's stuck onto a rock with a foot? Well, when they encounter an intruder, they actually physically shove the intruder off. And what they're trying to do is dislodge them from the rock so that the intruder's muscular foot becomes sort of unstuck and they will fall into the surf, into the ocean below, and they will die. So you look at a limpet and you think, well, they're just simple little organisms, but no. They are very territorial and very aggressive with one another. and they shove each other to death. So I do love that example because it does show you that many organisms are territorial. Kathy, you're asking lion and leopard territories overlapping? Of course, absolutely. You see that every single day on WildEarth. The lions are on Djuma, the leopards are on Djuma. They live sympatrically. And that's a nice word to show animals that live in the same area. And territories absolutely overlap 100%. But it's a different species. Lions don't really care about leopards. Leopards don't really care about lions. I mean, they will run away from one another, or mainly the leopard will, but they're not communicating to each other interspecifically. These scent marks of a leopard are trying to communicate to other leopards. They're defending their territory against other leopards, not lions. And there's actually a study that say across the board, at least across Africa, leopards and lions live sympatrically for 91% of their geographical range. Because they have similar needs, similar food, similar prey items. When a lion scent marks, they're communicating to other prides, to other coalitions, not to leopards. They're doing this intra-specifically. They're communicating within their own species. And I say this on every drive, and I'll continue to say it. The biggest threat to any individual is an individual of your own kind, your own species. That's who you're trying to get the message to. Female leopards do not like each other. Male leopards do not like each other. They don't want each other in their territory. So in answer to your question, yes, absolutely, their territories overlap 100%. But lions' territories are far greater because they're a social species and they've got more numbers. An Egyptian goose is just coming into the dam. But yes, lions' territories are much, much bigger than a leopard because there's more of them, whereas a leopard has to patrol their territory on their own. So most leopards' territories will be inside of a lion's territory, if that makes sense. Especially in an area like the northern sector of the Sabi Sands where we are right now. It's very densely packed with predators. You throw in the hyena's territory, you throw in the wild dogs who are not territorial, but their movements will pass through, absolutely. Debbie, yes, he is. He absolutely is. Maybe not the biggest prey species, but he's absolutely at that age. Normally it's about a year when you will find they will really start to experiment with hunting. And of course, he's now a year and a half, coming up for 2. So yes, he will be hunting. Maybe not the biggest animals, but he absolutely will be hunting. They've got to sustain themselves, and that's why mom leaves them. From a young age, mom leaves them. They've got to learn how to be on their own. They've got to learn how to be independent from a very young age because they live a very independent life. They are solitary. They're not going to have mom after 18 months to 2 years. They're not going to have any other species that they can rely on. And therefore, they're left for long periods of time at a young age. And that's the process of learning. Learning how to navigate this environment. What trees are fun to jump on? What's it like when I put my paw in the water? How does buffalo dung taste? It's all about learning. Oh, there's... I don't know if you heard that splash, but an Egyptian goose just landed not so elegantly in the water beside us, but sadly we don't have a view. Shasha saw it though. Shasha's thinking, Egyptian goose. Natasha, you're asking? Would a leopard catch a fish? Sorry, I've got really bad comms where we're positioned. Yes, absolutely. Not necessarily catch, because they're not going to go into the water to look for one. Fish, of course, live in an aquatic environment. But we had a fantastic sighting. I was with Tristan. I was on the back. And it was a mass fish die-off at Chitwa. I always mention this. It's one of my favourite sightings. And the fish washed ashore. So they were all lying along the shoreline. And Tingana obviously got whiff of that. There must have been a fishy smell in the air. He came to investigate and had a fishy buffet. He snacked on all the fish. So yes, leopards are opportunistic. They will eat whatever they have to survive. From alates, the reproductive termites, to geckos, squirrels, tortoises. They really will. They're hypercarnivores, so they're going to eat other animals. They're not really going to snack on a juicy piece of fruit. But they really are going to eat whatever they can. And if a fish presents itself, I can assure you a leopard will eat it. 92 different food items were discovered in one study of leopards. 92 different prey species. It was found that leopards eat. Look at that paw. He's still watching the Egyptian goose. Oh. I don't know what he sees now, but he sees something. And going back to communication again, although some mammals do advertise territory vocally, the most common method across the board in mammals is scent marking. And again, this is because Shasha and all other leopards here, they live in a chemical world, a world that we can't even begin to fathom. And nearly all mammals possess scent glands. And it's basically patches of skin that are specialized to produce odor compounds. And these scent glands are mostly modified sweat glands or modified sebaceous glands that he has in his cheeks near his whiskers. And they basically produce oil at the base of the hair shafts. And this is what contains their scent. They will deposit on any sort of natural material, vegetation, dung, trees, and that's what they are leaving behind. Communication. Okay, Morgan said we're going to switch into IR. We're losing a bit too much light. So here we go. Shasha's going to turn black and white. There we go. And chromatography actually shows that scent gland material contains dozens to hundreds of chemical compounds, very specific chemical compounds. So what that means is that an individual like Shasha or a group like the Talamati Pride, they're all going to have a specific code. They're all going to be sort of coded by variation in the proportions of compounds. So Shasha's compounds are going to have different proportions to Tlalamba's compounds. So think of it like a barcode in human terms, because we're very visual. We each have our own barcode. Yes, it looks the same, black and white bars, but they're all different, with different numbers. It's almost like that, but in a chemical form. He's watching the thickney, the water thickney. Do you see that there, Morgan? He's very curious of birds today. That's the thickney making that noise. So yeah, just to wrap up, think of the chemical signature. It's a unique signature, and they will recognize one another. I am absolutely sure that he will recognize his siblings and his mother for life, but he will also recognize leopards that he's not even met. So the territorial male around here is Mulwati. He is probably familiar with Mulwati's scent. He's maybe never met him. He's maybe never encountered him, but he knows the dominant male of this area has a specific code that he recognizes in the form of chemicals. I hope that makes sense. And they're primarily nocturnal, so why would you rely on vision? Why would vision be your primary sense? Because if you do encounter another leopard in the dark, you're not going to be able to see it properly. You're not going to recognize it. You need to know the scent. Your nostrils are always going to work. Your smelling capabilities don't change between night and day. And then, of course, you'll recognize your own territory. So if you've been very busy or you're a little bit confused, you're going to be able to smell home. Harleen, you're age 12. Fantastic question. And yes, I guess they do. Their own species. The biggest threat, honestly, to a young male leopard like Shasha here is another male leopard. If he wanders into Mowati's territory, and Mowati's a very big male leopard, he could easily attack him and kill him. And also lions. Lions would kill a leopard if they get the chance. They're competitors. They don't want to be in one another's company. A hyena would attack a leopard if it was under threat, but that's not necessarily predation. So other leopards, and absolutely lions. But when they're cubs, that's a different story. When they're very small and very young, they will get taken by hyenas, wild dogs, raptors, snakes, baboons. But when they're adults, the biggest threat is each other. It's that the knees are not happy. Oh, and Shasha doesn't seem too bothered. They're getting close to him. Can you see the thick knees, Morgan? They're just off to the left. Their thick knees are actually crepuscular. So I wonder if maybe they're just getting active and calling. Birds do that. Birds will advertise their territory once they become active. Hey, I'm still here. I survived the night. Don't think I'm gone. Don't think you can take over my territory. I am very much still here. But thick knees, at least the water thick knee, is crepuscular and nocturnal. So I think these thick knees are just becoming awake. Maybe they don't know Shasha as they are. But I have a funny feeling they do know he's here and they're not happy about it. We do see thick knees during the day, but they're just roosting. Now the blacksmith lapwing's involved. The lapwing's also not happy. Ding, 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 ding. Kevin, you're asking about ticks. Leopards will have ticks. Shasha absolutely will have ticks on him right now. It's normal for a lot of organisms out here to have a normal tick load. Once it becomes excessive and it exceeds the threshold or the normal carrying capacity, then that's a problem. But yes, they don't allow oxpeckers to land on them, or possibly the oxpeckers don't want to land on them. I'm not sure which way around it is. But once a tick is fully gorged on the blood and it's full, most ticks actually drop off, especially the species that are normally attached to leopards. So they will latch onto a leopard, and then once they are full of blood, they normally let go. So they normally just drop off. Or sometimes a leopard will scratch them out, which is not ideal at all. And sometimes they will bite them out, which is also not really ideal. If many of you are dog owners, you do know that you have to remove ticks in a very special way. You can't leave the head inside. You have to use this little device and sort of do a twisty movement to get the tick off your pet. Okay, we're still going to sit here with Shasha because this is magical, but I believe Steve has found himself some impalas.
Well, everybody, this is going to go on for weeks. We just left the Talamati Pride in Pufusuk. Unfortunately, we weren't able to broadcast, but the 5 individuals that have been away from the Pride, they all emerged back from the West, and the Pride all had a little get-together. It's always interesting to see how sometimes it's quite friendly. There was a bit of snarls and a bit of growls, and the young boys that arrived back definitely stepped very widely around some of the adult lionesses. And then 3 adult lionesses walked straight up to Darkmate, gave him a bit of a face rub, and then the 2 males joined as well, and then he got a bit upset and shouted at all of them. Quite something to see. Definitely showing their respect. Very different situation with Impala. The females don't necessarily show this man respect. I'm going to move back and maybe get you some more of them in frame, because now they're moving off. They don't necessarily show him respect, they just get herded to and from his sort of little area. There's definitely no niceties. Tell me when, Darby, I can't see. We're out here in the open areas of Sandy Patch and Impala Clearing, where we had our lions hunting, hanging out last night. They haven't gone too far. They're just about a kilometre or so north of where we are, just outside of Jacana Camp, Jacana Dam. No, Fiona, I doubt they're differentiated. They just are where they are, and he runs around trying to herd them into his spot. So they're moving for food. They've got no loyalty to him, so he's going to run around them and say, don't leave my spot. They all sound very similar. I don't know if they're able to differentiate between Nigel and Ned, the Impala. They all sound very similar to us. But they don't stay with him long enough, I don't think, for them to form any form of bond. Male's not defending them, he's not looking after them, he's just trying to mate with them in his little spot. Well, he will be when the time arrives. Until then, he's a sheepdog, just herding them from this side to that side, chasing any male who comes near, and even chasing the females from time to time who dare to venture too far from the middle of his little territory. Okay, well, they're all disappearing into the thickets. We're going to carry on back to where we had leopard tracks this morning. You never know. We might be lucky. Some lights would be helpful. There we go. Well, we can see what's going on.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
This has been one of my favorite sightings in a while. Just sitting, watching Shasha. He's so peaceful. By Twin Dams, listening to all their birds. But going back to communication, I have one fantastic example for you that I have actually mentioned before. And it's a great example because it shows you how effective scent marking is as a form of communication. It's not just used to communicate territory, it can also be used to communicate or coordinate, reproduction. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, a perfect example is the house mouse, who's a superb mammal colonist, if you like, and dispersal and colonizing of these mice are completely supported and coordinated by odor signaling. So the male house mouse, he's got a very long, thin prepuce, his genitalia, and what he does is he drags it across the ground. Ouch. And by doing that, he's depositing a very, very thin, minimal streak of urine. Now, socially dominant males, I should have clarified that, they will scent mark like this in this method with their genitalia thousands of times a night. What they're trying to do is saturate their territory with their own urine. Wherever he walks, they're leaving a very, very thin trail of urine to saturate his entire territory. Now, female mice, they need to actually smell the odor. Another yawn, Shasha. Can you see the reflection of Twin Dams on his face? So relaxing. And here's me talking about mice. But the female house mouse, she actually has to smell the odor of a male's urine in order to start her reproductive cycle. In order to come into estrus, she has to smell that. If she doesn't smell that, she will never come into estrus. So what that means is that it's called reciprocal signaling. She is not wasting any energy. The females are the one that disperse. and she leaves her natal area to go into a new habitat, a new area. And she's not wasting any energy on unproductive estrus cycles, if you like. If she comes into estrus and there's not a male around, what's the point? What is Shasha doing? So she's actually waiting until she detects a socially dominant male, a reliable indicator that a male is definitely there, until she comes into estrus, until she can mate. Isn't that absolutely incredible? Reciprocal signaling. DeAndre, yes, inbreeding does occur, I'm afraid, in leopards, and it's said to occur at least for 3 generations before you start to see the bad side effects, shall we say. I think we better follow Shasha soon. So it's only sustainable for about 3 generations before, it won't be sustainable anymore to produce viable offspring genetically. Now, I'm just going to mention, you hear the birds, that Shasha looks like he's heading south. And if he does head south, so yes,
And everybody, we've been informed of a leopard on the Buffelshoek boundary heading east. Male leopard. Might be the same tracks we're following this morning, so I'm just going to see if we can head on down there quickly. Take it nice and slowly down here. Just not going to use that for a minute. So we are in this open area here. In front of us we've got a nice big herd of impala that are just here in this open area. So you can see all the eyes glowing there. That will be from impalas, and see how nice and open this area is here. So these impalas, that's what they will do. Like after grazing during the day, they will pick the area that is open as this one to rest for the night, because here now they do not really rely on their sense of eyesight. So it's more the smelling as well as the hearing sense that are excellent at a time like this. While on the other hand, the predators now have got the advantage of the darkness because it's at night time. So like these predators sometimes will know that coming to an open area like this, there is a chance that they might get some food here. They might get some impalas. They might get also some wildebeest as well as some zebras. So you can see those impalas are alert, looking in all different directions, and there is a lot of them. And yeah, like with them individually, they've got all the senses are excellent. And so if they're in one area like that,
all of them with their excellent senses so that afford them at least a bit of protection from these predators. The chances are if a predator were to walk here, they might be able to smell the predator or even hear it coming. Even though those predators are not noisy sometimes when they stalk these animals. See how time and again they're feeding, but they don't feed for a long time. That's a very good question. Impalas are not always territorial. So with these males, from now in April going to May, even June, they will enter a stage called the rutting season. That's when they have that lot of testosterone, and then they will be fighting each other, they will be chasing each other around. So what a ram will do, that is a male impala, he will choose an area that has got good grazing grounds as well as maybe water. So that's what he will try and defend at a time like this. And if an impala herd with females were to walk in that area or in that territory, he'll try and herd them for as long as possible, then he will be able to mate with all that females in the herd. So impalas the rams will hold territories for 8 days, give or take, so they're not always territorial. But with these females or the herd, they don't really have to compete for anything. It's more the males. So they see how they're just slowly feeding there. Then looks like a bit of grooming as well. There you go. And if you can see those two there, the one is facing that direction and the other the opposite direction. Something startled that one. So, Kurt, you'd like to know if male impalas will keep on rutting at night. Yes, true, that is true, Kurt. They will keep on rutting. Like you will hear all the sounds of them. It's almost as if they're barking when they do that. And then they'll keep on doing that through the night, day and night, and then sometimes they will just fight each other like that, and sometimes they will just do a bit of display before really getting to fighting. And if they think that maybe fighting is what will solve the territory conflict, then that's what it will get. And sometimes they do hurt each other. Other times there are stabs from those horns. You know how impala horns are very sharp, so they can be fatal. And at this time when they start to rut like this, they don't really give much attention to grooming as well as feeding. So at this time actually they are very vulnerable to predation because they just concentrate more on establishing their territories. Oh, we still have them. So yeah, like I mentioned, these impalas, even if they do move, it will just be those slow movements around this area. They won't really go into thicker areas because, like I mentioned earlier, eyesight is relatively poor at a time like this. And then, so they won't try and go into thicker bushes where these animals will be able to stalk them without getting detected. So at least if it's in the open like this, they do have a good chance of maybe seeing these animals, but they might smell them, which that will work to their advantage. You see, it's not a lot of plants here, so they will be able to use their sense of smell quite well in an area like this. So I do hear those rotting impalas actually on a distance, not necessarily where we are now, but you can hear the sounds that they make. There the impalas look like they are still feeding, but sometimes they will just be standing and then starting chewing some cud. So these impalas are also ruminants, more like buffaloes and giraffes and all those. So sometimes you'll just see them, looks like they're chewing something while they're not actually feeding on anything. So that will be them chewing cud. Also, we are very close to these impalas, but they move as silent as possible. You can hardly hear anything. Look at the grooming going on there. So that's the one thing that these rams, when they're in rutting like this, they don't really give much attention to, and then sometimes you'll find that they will have parasites all over their bodies, because now they don't really look after themselves. They don't really have time for themselves. But these females do, as you can see that one grooming now. Yes, I think we will stick in this area, see if maybe we might be surprised with some action. Maybe leopard or even lions decide to make their way into this open area here. Yeah, so Lucy would like to know if male and female impalas are found together. Yeah, they are found together. Like, so if it will be young males, they will still be in their head, so they will be mixed. Like, even after this rutting season is over, you will find rams that have associated with a breeding head or some female impalas. So like I mentioned earlier, that these impalas will hold territories for 8 days or so. After that, they will still stick together like that. So that's still that safety mechanism of safety in numbers. So if it is a lot of them out looking out for predators, they stand a better chance. And also they know being together like that, predators can come, and even one or so impalas might lose their lives, but still a lot of them would survive, as opposed to if it was just single animals that were territorial. So yeah, you will see them together. It's not unusual for impalas. And especially at a time like this when there's males are rutting. So if he is able to defend a territory and then a herd of impalas walk into his territory, he'll try and head them on his territory for as long as possible. So if they try and get out of his territory, he will sort of stop them to get out and then try and head them for as long as possible in his territory. It's very quiet night actually. You can hear all the sounds of some insects, crickets, some nocturnal bird species. But these impalas are very, very quiet here. And so we'll sort of stick within this area, or drive maybe a bit to see if we will be able to spot some predators walking in here. And for now, we'll send you over from Alright, so like I mentioned, we will drive these loop roads here, see if we don't pick up maybe some predators who are coming to ambush these impalas here. It would be very nice to see if maybe a leopard or something was to walk in this area. We can't see anything for now. Right, so while we're still looking, in the meantime, we are gonna send you over to Lauren, see what she's got for us.
Little Shasha here is very busy. All the vegetation needs sniffing. He's been jumping. He's walking along Djuma Firebreak on the southern end, of course, west. So he's still in Djuma, which is great news. He will cross. I really do feel like he'll cross. Let's move, Morgan. But I think it's just interesting to give him distance, but follow him a little while, because I like to know his movements better. And I'm just it's just interesting to know how far west in Djuma will he go. I mean, we're at Twin Dams. Is he going to go to Weaver's Nest? Is he going to reach Treehouse? It's just fascinating. But shortly we will leave him. We'll let him go on with his bumble. But this is the sort of most I've personally seen him in Djuma. I've spent move again. And I don't think we'll have vision of him right now. Morgan can try. Just really far away in the distance, I'm afraid. Okay, I'll follow Shasha just a little bit longer to see where he goes. But for now, we're going to send you across to Marcus, who's on a bumble.
Good luck to Lauren with that leopard. She's following. Hopefully, we'll get to hunt and be successful. We are still bumbling, hoping to spot a predator, leopard or even lion, heading towards these open areas where these impalas are. So I've also seen there are some zebras as well. So those associations that we see mostly during the day of these animals getting together, just helping each other, looking out. It looks like they have They will spend the night in this open area together. So it is actually a huge patch of an open area. So even if it is this lot of animals, they will still have space where they will be able to rest for the night while helping each other, looking out like that. So let's see if we will be able to spot something here. So, Charlize, that will depend on the areas, like where we are now in Kruger, at least where Ngala is. Impalas outnumber all these other antelope species, that is true. But I'm sure somewhere there might be areas where other species of antelope outnumber impalas. But where we are here, that is true. We do have a lot of impalas than anything else of the antelope species. Which is quite good. I know animals like leopards are rare to see this time of the year, but yeah, the abundance of these impalas, it's what attracts these leopards in our area here. Mostly, or most of these predators, because when these impalas also start giving birth, you see animals such as the black-backed jackals going for the impala lambs, and you also see some martial eagles taking down impala lamb, which is something spectacular to watch when it happens. But because impalas got that synchronized birthing, so it's a lot of lambs at a given time, that even if these leopards and all those other predators take these lambs, also a lot of them do make it to adulthood. So we're still bumbling, hoping to find something on the road here, and in the meantime we'll send you back to Djuma with Lauren.
We did have Shasha there for you, but I'm afraid he's disappeared into the thicket, and I'm not going to. For a multitude of reasons, I don't want to disturb him. Our car is really not stable enough to do anything like that. So Shasha has disappeared now. We're going to let him be. But he's still on Djuma, which is great news for tomorrow morning. He may cross, but he also may not. But we have a leopard on Djuma, everyone. Yes. I don't think Tlalamba's on Djuma. I mentioned this earlier. I have searched and searched and searched. And of course, her territory does extend north into Buffelshoek, and it also extends east into Torchwood. She's not on Djuma. Really, we've been looking for all sorts of signs, spending a lot of time looking for signs of a female leopard. I really think she was, and I think she's moved off. So of course, if she really does have cubs, which is the general consensus at the moment, she will move them. She'll move, then she'll move. That's completely normal, if that is the case. We still don't know for sure. Many of you are asking me, but we really don't have the answers. And it was reported that she had suckle marks. But again, I didn't see them personally. So we don't really know what's going on with Tlalamba. I know many of you are missing her, as am I, as we all are. but I really don't feel at this present moment she's not on Djuma. Ah, I see a chameleon. Hello, chameleon. We are going to have to go into infrared for this, so. Okay, did you manage to see him, Morgan? Just there you go. You got him center frame. Just here, let it, there you go. You see him? If I go forward a bit, what do you think? Okay, let me go forward. Oh, windy, that did not sound too healthy. Let's see if we can get a full view. I've also lost him now. Hold on. It's tricky when it's in infrared. Okay, now I'm gonna have to move backwards. Ah, there. Okay, zoom in, Morgan. I find the chameleon games very challenging. But he's there. You all saw him. Or her. Okay, there you go. You see him now? Just here. If you look at my finger. There, got him. There we go. It's exactly the same visuals that we had before. Can you believe that? And look at that. Toes tightly wrapped around the branch, the tail tucked up to the body. It's time to rest. Literally, I'm finding about 4 or 5 chameleons on every single drive once the sun sets, which is fabulous news, but they are everywhere. And it's such a joy to spot them. I went a long time without managing to actually spot a chameleon. But they're all around and it's such a joy. In winter, it's highly unlikely that we will spot chameleons. It will become too cold for them. Susan, it really depends on the species, to be honest. Really depends on the species, and some I know can live up to 10 years. They are reptilian, and reptiles generally do have a long lifespan. I mean, some sea turtles can live for 80 years, which is, it's really a long time for a reptile. I mean, that's sort of human age, give or take, but it really is species dependent. I'm really not sure exactly how long the flat-neck chameleon, which is what we're looking at right now, lives for. I know we don't have the best views here, but clearly I'm not able to get the best view. And it's really that they just glow in the dark. It's almost like they are UV light sort of shining in the dark, and they're not. It's just that they have reduced their metabolism and they, under hormonal control, their entire body colour lightens. It looks yellowish, but it's probably more white. That's what colour they've gone, and that's why they end up shining in your spotlights. We're not spotlighting them, of course. We're looking at this individual through infrared, but that's actually how we find them, because they do look like they're glowing in the spotlight. And I mean, it's different cells called chromatophores, really special cells that are actually doing the colour changing within chameleons. They are the ones that contain different types of pigments in varying colours. And the pigments are actually locked up in tiny little sacs called vesicles. And when the signal comes in, either under neural control if you're an octopus, or under hormonal control in the bloodstream if you're a chameleon, then the vesicles will discharge the colour from that little sac, and the colour will spread out into the entire cell, and it will alter the colour of that whole cell. Now you can imagine it's like giving a cell a coat of paint, sorry. And this then spreads out through the entire body, and that's how they change colour. It's specialised cells called chromatophores. So now that we've left Shasha, we're going to bumble a little bit closer to home and see what we can see along the way.
In preparation for our 14th birthday, we will be lighting up a fire and heading on a special journey down memory lane. Join Lauren and Steve on the 11th of April for a sentimental look through the archives.
The missing cubs have arrived!
Holy moly, everyone, this is incredible stuff.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Oh, there's two.
Who better to have as special guests than the WildEarth co-founders Emily and Graham Wallington. They'll be answering questions about WildEarth's fascinating journey since its launch in 2007. Following many requests, we've decided to make this event available to everyone, not just explorers. You do, however, need to be registered on the WildEarth.tv website. Join us straight after the sunset drive on the 11th of April for what promises to be a remarkable evening.
Graham, I'm just going to see there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's where I'd like to.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it?
Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, and look at what we found. So we found a tree with a lot of leaves, and there is one leaf in particular which looks much bigger than the rest. And I'll put them poles, for us there. There we go. Beautiful chameleon that is just sitting there, not moving at all. Look at that, he has also its tail curled. So as we're coming, we're driving down this road here, he was just sitting right there. And it's not the easiest of things to see when you're not sure exactly what is it that you are looking for. So with the spotlight, when you shine these trees, you will see that one leaf that will look much brighter than the rest. So it will most probably be that chameleon, which is the flap-necked chameleon. And you see how nice he blends in actually with the leaves of that tree. So Gregory wants to know, how do chameleons find each other? I am not sure actually, Gregory, so I will have to check that one for you and I will get back to you. Not sure how these chameleons find each other. But he is beautiful, eh? And so that chameleon will be just sitting there, not moving. He will be able to blend in, trying to stay under the radar from all these animals that will want to eat him. So there are some animals like maybe civets that might try. There are some nocturnal owls that might try go for him. So that chameleon will sit tight there. He will be very careful about his movements. So even if it does move, he will do it as slow as possible so that it looks like just a leaf that is getting blown by wind. And he's just beautiful, eh? A very good question, Ken. But yeah, I don't know if chameleons are territorial. So with that one also, I would have to find out and get back to you. And look at how it's just sitting there, not moving at all. Yes, I think we'll just let this chameleon be and then keep on bumbling, see what is it that we find on the way. And in the meantime, we'll hand you over to Lauren at Djuma, see what she has in store for us.
My day just keeps getting luckier and luckier. My favorite animal. Look at their shadow. I know one of them's Comet, because I saw the eye shine, and one eye is not shining. Comet's blind in one eye. I don't know who the other individual is, but I was on my way to the den anyway, and we've obviously came across two mobile hyenas. Ah, what a lucky day. Well, a lucky afternoon. Other than the car breaking down, but you know. We have Marcel. I wonder who the other one is. I definitely can't tell from a bum shot, if you like. But Swazi was in camp this morning. He had a really good time on my yoga mat. Yes. But it's just good to know that Swazi's still around. He's not dispersed yet. I mean, he may never. But dispersal would offer him the better life for sure if he wants to successfully mate with females. Okay, where are you guys going? Oh, there's some impala up there. Are you guys going to the den or what? I'm just trying to keep my eye on them without actually spotlighting them. I think they're just up ahead, Morgan. Yes, they are. They're going up Rebecca's. Tom, the communal den is a space for everyone. Really, when it does become the communal den and not a natal den, I just want to watch these hyenas because there's some impala up ahead. And when it becomes a communal den, Anyone is welcome, from the males to the females, to the cubs, to the mothers, to the youngsters, the sub-adults. And they can sleep there, not at night time, of course. They're nocturnal animals, the same as leopards. But during the day, they're welcome to snooze. The problem is there's not much shade at the den. And really, on the hot days, you're not going to find someone just lying there. But yes, really, they're all welcome. The males are absolutely welcome too. They just haven't seen a male around in a really long time. I haven't seen Koza. He's presumed to no longer be with us. And I've not seen Saka, which is really sad. He was my favourite male. I mean, they're all my favourites, but you know, I had a really big, special place. What was that? See, they're stopping, they're listening. See, there's eye shine in the back. I don't know who that eye belongs to. Can you see that? Oh, I think it's in it. What are you guys getting up to? They're listening, smelling. Tiki hyenas will absolutely hunt impalas, yes, and this is what we don't get to see. And I wish we did, not for the sake of the impalas, but for the sake of the hyena's reputation. They have such a bad reputation for being scavengers, and they just steal, kleptoparasitism, but they absolutely do hunt. They hunt by coursing, and they would go after an impala, especially if there's more than one. They can do it cooperatively. Whether they are after this impala or not, I have no idea, but they absolutely could and absolutely would. Just want to follow them a little bit longer. It's been a while since I've had a hyena sighting. I think it's just a transitional period. The weather, the sort of climate, the temperatures really changed in this past week or two, and I think it's just when we hit these transitional periods out here, we often find that we go through a little bleak spot, we like to call it, where we really don't find many animals. I can still see eye shine up ahead. Guessing it belongs to impala. You may hear some alarm calls. But I think they're just on a nightly stroll. A nightly bumble, aren't we all? I think it's a bit too dark now. Can just see them in the distance there. And hyenas walk kilometers and kilometers at night time, and that's how they find food. They just walk, and then they follow their nose. Ah, something smells good over there, let's go here. Something smells good over here, let's go here. Just follow their nose, wherever it takes them. It might take them to a herd of impala where they hunt, and it might take them to a leopard who's got a kill. They literally follow their nose. There's an impala over there watching them. And they're obviously not hunting, they're just on a nightly stroll. There's impalas over here, trying to blend into the darkness. David, this is a very loaded question. I mean, we don't know, we could only speculate. I highly doubt it, in my opinion. They are promiscuous. The females will mate with different males, and it's quite similar to leopards, confuse paternity and strengthen the bonds of the clan, because it's a very sort of social unit, as you can see. And choose the best genes for your offspring. You don't want a weak immigrant male that you don't know. They haven't proved their loyalty. They're small. You don't want that for your offspring. You want the strong males, the loyal males, the males the same age as you. But I highly doubt the male is aware conclusively that that's their offspring. They might guess that. They might think, I mated with you, so therefore those cubs are mine, which is exactly what the leopards do. They're trying to make all the males think. I think we've lost them now, Morgan. Try to make all the males think that it's their offspring. But whether the males actually genuinely, conclusively know that is my offspring, I doubt it, David. But that's just my opinion. That's a very tricky thing for science to determine, whether a male knows that that's their offspring. That's a tricky one. But a good question. But due to the nature that they are promiscuous, I really highly doubt it. Okay, we're going to do a U-turn and just check the den now. I don't have high hopes, but it's absolutely worth checking. If any of you were able to identify those hyenas from the bum shots, do let me know. Hashtag WildEarth. I know that definitely one was Comet. And most likely the other one was a male. Where have I put my spotlight? I can't see. Huh. Okay, I'm just going to pop into the den, see if anybody's home. And for now, we're going to send you across to Steve, who's bumbling.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We had Mawati a little while ago, but sadly we weren't lost. But we've got tracks of a male and female now, leopard, just coming off of Cheetah Cutline. Very fresh, heading straight into Torchwood. I'm guessing it's Thandi and her boy. They walked here not long ago. The female tracks came all the way out, went all the way down, and we followed them all the way back up the cut line. So this normally means that they've got some form of meat. For her to have gotten quite far to get him, both sides of the road. Whole pride of leopards walked here. Sadly, I think we are once again going into an area where we go to lose signal. Craig, obviously different sightings, different times of day, but we're looking for nocturnals, which is ideal. Okay, so these are on top of someone's tracks who was tracking the female earlier. So this is very exciting. But we are going to lose signal again, I'm afraid, as we keep going down this road. It takes us towards the centre of Torchwood and towards Torchwood Dam. Tracks are still on the road. So hopefully we can track them down while we send you back over to andBeyond in Ngala.
Good luck still finding your leopard. So we are still on a bumble on a road that runs adjacent the dry riverbed of Timbavati here, hoping to find some leopard or even lions on the move, because this road is quite close to where we suspect that there is one lioness who has then in the riverbed here. And we haven't really seen those cubs yet, but yeah, since she will be feeding them, she will need to hunt also. And if anything, she will need to hunt a lot more than she would usually, because those cubs circling also has an effect on her. So she's taking a knock. She will be stressed from feeding those cubs. So at night time like this, she will need to go out, leave the cubs behind, try feeding a hunt, so that she can keep on lactating for those cubs to feed. So yeah, we are still on the look. Hopefully something will happen, or we are gonna find something. Because also there are some nice trees around here. A lot bigger trees that are very close to this riverbed. So just come with me on this search. Fingers crossed we get something, we get a predator on the move. That will be. Of all these predators, I think, well, everything will come with knowledge and experience, but the leopards, sometimes it will be, for me personally, it is still a bit hard to identify whether a male or female leopard has walked. But with animals like lions, they are quite easy. So their tracks, much as are similar to those of leopards, they are a lot bigger than those of a leopard. So with the leopards, the tracks are a little bit small. So for me personally, I think for someone who has been trekking for a long time, most of these treks, with the experience that they might have, would relatively be easy to identify. But one thing I do know is at a time like this, you might still be able to see tracks, but at this time of the night, they are not as easy to see. But also simply because you won't be able to follow them. So let's see if we might be lucky finding something walking along the road here. So like sometimes lions will roar, especially so that is quite an interesting question, but I think most of these animals are used to our vehicles. So there are some of those animals that are just skittish by nature. So sometimes you go find animals such as an steenbok. Most of the time when they see you, they'll just bolt into the bushes. So there are those that are skittish than others. But also sometimes since we don't really have fences that divides us, as well as Kruger and even the nearby properties on our western side here, you get animals that maybe are coming from Kruger. They're not used to these vehicles, viewing them from a close range. So sometimes we try go view those. If they do walk into our property, they tend to be skittish as well. So sometimes that is just how we'll be able to tell that some animals are not really the ones that we get to see here in our property. And also when we view animals, especially with young cubs, we try and not overwhelm them when they're still very young. We make it a one vehicle sighting. Just try and habituate them just so they get used to these vehicles. And the older they become, we introduce the second vehicles at that sighting. And like that works pretty well actually. When they get bigger, then we introduce the third vehicle. They tend to get relaxed with these vehicles rather than if when they're still young you overwhelm them, then put in 3 cars or so. So that works well for us. So let's see if we'll be able to find any nocturnal animal in these trees or even walking along the road here. Just switch off my vehicle so we'll be able to listen, because not all these animals are that silent. Right, just hear some insects calling. So let's continue, see what is it that we might be able to see. That's a very good question, Jean. I'm sure they might smell, since most animals' senses are pretty good. But that being said, they might smell it and not make much of it, if that makes sense. But yeah, they will definitely be able to smell some other animals' scents. And also with the predator-prey relationship, if I can call it that. So like these animals, maybe a leopard took down an impala that was amongst the herd, and the herd was able to catch that leopard scent. So chances are those impalas will know the leopard scent, that the next time they hear it, they will be very alert or even try and get away from that area. So yeah, definitely they will be able to smell some other animals' scents. Alright, so while we are still on our bumble, we are gonna send you over to Lauren and Djuma, see what she has for us.
Sadly, I don't have anything, but I am bumbling. We checked it in. Little Ngwazi was running around and ran into the thicket. They are all getting mobile. That's what's happening. I think Intima's son and Novella, maybe not so much, but the others are mobile. Slightly worrying, but they're all running around amok at night time, and that's when the adults are not there. Neither are the cubs. That's what's happening. Anyway, I agree with Marcus completely. They do recognize the scent of other species, but not individually. So I think a leopard, let's just say Tlalamba, she's going to recognize, that's a lion. There's a lion in the area. Get the scent of a lion. Of course, they're highly olfactory animals, but I don't... What's that eye shine? Just over here? Something, I don't know if it's a mongoose or a genet. I'm gonna go into infrared. There's something there. I'll direct you. There we go. Just here. It's either a mongoose or a genet. Ah, there you go, there you go. You've got it just towards the left of the frame. Hold on, this could be very exciting if it's a nocturnal animal. It's starting to walk away. Let's just be patient because this could be very exciting if it's a white-tailed mongoose or a genet. Hey, let's bumble closer. Let's go and see what that was. So yes, you will be able to recognize, oh, wild dogs are in the area. I can even smell wild dogs when they're in the area. But they won't be able to recognize the unique code, such as, oh, this is a Talamati pride, or the Nkahoma pride. Because there's no need to. If you're a leopard, you don't need to. I don't know what that giant insect was, it just flew into me. You don't need to recognize individual lions. You don't need to waste that energy. You just need to know the other leopards. I don't know where this nocturnal animal has gone, I'm afraid. There was definitely a mongoose or a genet here. We had a genet the other night as well. We just didn't manage to put it on camera. Never mind. We tried. We tried. It's there. Okay. One last. I don't want to scare it, of course, but it would be nice just to get a little bit closer and have a good look at what it is. White-tailed mongoose are fabulous. Can you see the eye shine, Morgan? Have you got the rough location? Morgan and I sit at different heights, or the presenter and the cameraman always sit at different heights. So they don't always see the same eye shine. The problem is once the animal walks away in a different direction, you can't see the eye shine anymore. Just give me a minute or two more. Okay. I don't think we're going to get lucky with this one. We've had a lucky drive, though. I'm not complaining. Finding Shasha. Okay, now I really am going to turn back. Nocturnal animals are not easy. Of course, they don't want to be seen. We're not out at night time, I'm afraid. That's why. I mean, the sun's only really just gone down. We're only in the darkness by, well, I think about an hour at the moment. But we're not out at night time. If we were to take drives throughout the night at 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock, you absolutely would see more nocturnal animals. I'll never forget the bumble I went on with Davy and Marcel. We decided one day, you know what? Let's just go to Twin Dams, where we were with Shasha. And we're allowed to go on little night bumbles as staff, as long as we report it to the anti-poaching team, of course. And let's just go shoot the stars. Let's try and see if we can do some nighttime photography. And we stopped exactly where Shasha was, on the corner, and all we heard was this incredible rustle in the bushes. And we all thought, what is that? what is that? So Marcel stopped and we had a look, and it was a huge porcupine. The biggest porcupine I have ever seen, just making its way through Twin Dams. And that was, of course, because it was a lot later. I mean, I think we went there at 8, 9 p.m, so the nocturnal animals are really coming out. The day fades into the sort of dawn and dusk, the crepuscular times, and then, of course, nighttime really kicks in. And although we're plunged into darkness right now, the nocturnal animals might not necessarily be active, so they will be coming if we drove in the night. But I'd rather be in my bed.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
I'm furiously searching for other nocturnal animals now. I may have found one. Hold on, everybody. Must have been a bush baby if it's no longer in the tree. Bush babies are really easy to identify. Their eyes are huge and they glow red at night time. So it's not a sort of white eye shine like the impalas. Can you see that, Morgan? Morgan and I don't see the same thing. Can you just quickly... to that tree far away in the distance at the fork, there's something staring back at us. Yep, we need to go into IR. There's definitely something. It could be an owl, it could be a bush baby, but something is really... This tree here in the back. This one in the middle. This one, if you look at my finger in the monitor, I'm pointing to it. Yeah. And then zoom in here. You see it? You see the eyes? You've got something, I don't know what it is, but something staring at us. Can you see that, everybody? What are we looking at here? What is that? Is that a genet? Oh my goodness. I found you all a nocturnal animal, everybody. We got a genet up a tree. Can you actually believe that? Possibly the luckiest drive I have had in the whole 8 days. Other than the penguin, of course. Let's not forget about that one. So everyone, thank you for jumping on board. All your comments and questions, we appreciate it as always.